So we'll move back on. We'll go back to Delegate Dr. Indes.
Thank you. The request was to obtain that document, so that's been presented to my colleagues. If there are any additional questions or comments, I stand prepared. Thank you.
Going back to reserve time, 4:05 to Chair James.
Thank you again. Is there a reason why this is not on the detailed budget forms? Reserve my time.
4 minutes. Delegate Dr. Indes.
Thank you. So the budget forms and everything were reviewed by OMB, and we can also send that out. But it has the applicable forms associated with the budgets. Is that your question? I see a head nod, so I think we can send that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Ness. And then point of privilege raised by Chair James.
Yeah, thank you. Again, on the amendment, it reads to provide Navajo students access to culture and language activities throughout the school year. So what is the detailed budget breakdown regarding these activities and the cultures to equal out to $2 million?
Thank you, Chair James.
Thank you.
Then we'll go to Delegate Dr. Indes.
Thank you. So with the Johnson O'Malley funds, there's already a set of criteria on how the amounts can and cannot be expended. Unfortunately, this doesn't. There's nothing to provide at this time where Aztec's going to indicate how they're going to spend, let's say, their $20,588.99. But what the JOM outlines is that it goes to cultural activities, language, and used towards those direct services for Native students. And with this budget, it's only capturing Navajo students, being that it's Navajo Nation dollars. And so they would follow the same criteria that is outlined in the contracts that the Johnson O'Malley agrees upon when they issue into a contract with those specific LEAs. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Dr. Indes. And going back to reserve time, Chair James, or Chair Otterso, you do have 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Thank you. I'm going to use up my time. And when it comes to budget sessions, we're basically robbing Peter to pay Paul. And I propose that that we just withdraw this, work on the UEFB, and I think we'll support it there. And then at the same time, further, we have the gaming distribution fund. Anything that comes off the gaming distribution fund has to follow the policies of the National Indian Gaming Act. You use it in education, you use it in community development, you use it in housing, you use it in public safety and infrastructure. Education is one of them. Right now, Navajo is only utilizing this to pay the electric bills for the chapter houses throughout the Navajo Nation. We have not tapped into expend these resources on education, public safety, housing, community development, and infrastructure. We have a balance in there, and I think Oshananta Ajo, I think that would allow you to get funding each year without coming to council. We write you into that gaming distribution fund so that you get that program would get that allocation each year.
Time. Thank you, Chair. So, and going back to Delegate Dr. Indes.
Thank you, Speaker, and then Kudo Shinele. The request was to withdraw. I will not withdraw. Nor are we robbing anyone to pay anyone. To my understanding, currently the PFTI has over $30 million currently. I just say that because I think there was a question yesterday about those that are pulling from the PFTI, if we can get a running ledger, so that way we know how much exists in there. So that's why I'm proposing that we take from that pot of funds. Thank you.
Then going next to point of privilege raised by Chair So.
I did ask a balance on the PTF or permit trust fund, PTF, and maybe this should have been brought up at Donna to the council to say, hey, if you're going to pull from this money from this account, this is what we have, and this is. I mean, right now, if there's 30 million, that's all. I don't want to.
Thank you, Chair So, for that point of privilege. We're connecting here with OMB here. So that was a request yesterday as well. So we can update that number of what the remaining balance after amendments were from yesterday. So just give us a few minutes. Okay, Chair So, that should be in your email at 1:42 p.m. And it is coming from Ms. Johnson. So we'll go back to amendment number 3 motion. Delegate Nota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One question on this, just to let Dr. Nez, why is McKinley County not included on this list? That's my question. Thank you. I reserve my
441. Going to Delegate Nez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So a few years ago, the Gallup-McKinley County School Districts decided to withdraw as a subcontractor to the Navajo Nation and pursue a separate contractor, because some schools, they get it directly from the state or from a different tribe. And so that was the case with Gallup-McKinley County School. So that's why you don't see them listed. But in the past, they have been prior subcontractors with the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Ness. And then going back to Vice Chair Johnson with 3 minutes and 46 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and I'd just like to thank the sponsor for the amendment. And I do agree with my colleagues, that we just really need to just prioritize the Navajo Nation government first. So at this time, I know where I stand on this amendment, colleagues, so go ahead and waive the rest of my time.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And going back to Chair Parrish with 3 minutes and 18 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I guess this is a question, we go back to the sponsor of the amendment. Because we're using general funds, I think that it would be pertinent to include all Johnson O'Malley programs, any schools that are receiving funds from the federal government through the state to be included, because that means that there are still gaps, like Delegate Nathan Nota has mentioned. Even in the Phoenix Unified School District, Albuquerque School District, we're not accounting for all Navajo students. Instead, we're just working with a select few, but all Johnson O'Malley programs have been impacted. So I don't know if that data has been collected. I think that this is an opportunity. If this is the true opportunity for the nation to fill that gap, we have our own laws and rules, and there's nothing dictating what the Johnson O'Malley program can or cannot do, because these are not federal funds. So then I don't know how that will look against our audit, because these are general funds. What are they being dictated? Essentially, it's a grant. It's a grant for these schools to use, and there's no, I guess, rules in place, because it's not federal funds. We're not setting any rules in this amendment here. So I just want to hear the responses from the sponsor on that, and I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1:55. Delegate Ness.
Yes, thank you, Speaker Arokuro again, for the question. So there are states, there are other tribes that are subcontractors. And for those that are subcontracting directly with the state, have seen those impacts. And if it's a running analysis that we need to do, because our Navajo students extends across the entire United States. It doesn't just include APS or others locally here in the Southwest. In fact, we've had consultation under the Department of Education with our Navajo students who are attending the Los Angeles Unified School District as well. You have over 300 of our students at Clark County there in Las Vegas, Nevada. So if that's an analysis, we can do that, and I can bring it back before you as a legislation if that's the support we want to give to our students across the entire nation. But keep in mind that these contracts do go specifically either to those respective states or tribes. Now, you'll see in here that there are some of our subcontractors like Kyrene School District, which is located on the southwest portion of Phoenix, Arizona. The Navajo Nation Department of Education does an exceptional job on conducting tribal consultation, and that's per the ESSA 1538. And through those consultations, there's a lot of requests for more support for our students who are attending. Now, keep in mind, there are also over 1,000 of our students within Mesa. So we're everywhere, which is great. It's awesome. But considering what's before us, as far as the contracts that are under currently the Navajo Nation's Johnson O'Malley program, it is kind of the focal point at this time. Thank you.
Point of order, and if you could also state the rule that you're referring to.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I don't have my rule book in front of me, but the rule where you request documentation, I'm going to ask the controller. Rule.
And that would be a point of privilege. Chair Parrish, if it's needed for additional documentation. Point of privilege raised by Chair Parrish.
Point of privilege, Rule 16. The additional documentation I'd like to request is the expenditure rate of K account K240736. That's the CY 2024 Johnson O'Malley program. I requested this from the controller's office. I think Mr. Willie has sent it over to Mr. McCabe, just so that the council is aware of that percentage of drawdown for this K account. Thank you, Speaker Curley.
Thank you, Chair Parrish, and then we will wait for staff to receive that email first, and then we'll go back to the floor. A point of privilege raised by Chair James.
16. I have 2 point of privilege in one. The first one is if we can get the K number again that was read by the Chairwoman Parrish. Second one, I know Kodo, he mentioned that on Exhibit F, the Diné language on line 12, that 3,500 is for Head Start. And so if you look in the actual general binder, under Department of Diné Education, there's 4,000 for the Net Language Immersion Program. But in that criteria, it talks about Head Start. So my point of privilege is this 3,500 that's listed under Exhibit F also really Head Start funding? Is my point of privilege, if I can get that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, so give our controller and also Rodney and OMB a few minutes to look that up, colleagues. So we do have 2 point of privileges that were raised, so just give us a few minutes while we get that information out. And we're also joined by our Acting Chief Justice, Shema Eleanor Shirley. So thank you for being here. Colleagues, I'm going to have assign a pro temp, Chair Jesus, for a few moments. We do have officials from the Department of Interior here in Window Rock today regarding the Arizona water rights. So be excusing myself for an hour or so, but Chair Jesus will be here. But I'll be available through text if there's anything that needs to be immediately addressed. Another point of privilege raised by Chair James.
we're going to the water rights litigation, is there a reason why he can't recess for all the council to join?
So this, there is a meeting with the 3 tribal nations at 2 PM, and then with the federal officials at 2:30. So we can recess for an hour and a half, if that's okay, colleagues? If you do want to attend for the Arizona delegates. Are there any objections? So we can recess for an hour and a half, colleagues. Real recess here at 1:56 PM. Colleagues, roll call is open. We do have 16 members here on the roll call, so that does constitute a quorum. And we will exit out of recess and reconvene here at 3:42 p.m. And colleagues, we were addressing 3 point of privileges before we recessed. And amendment. Remember? So colleagues, though the information, Chair James was emailed the point of privileges. And we'll go back to amendment sponsor. No, we're going straight to questions. Is that okay with you? Okay. Then going next to Chair James with 4 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. And then I'm assuming that we do have the detailed budget that was emailed to us. And so, again, it gets very interesting and in regards to how this funding is utilized. I think a lot of my colleagues and myself, we're always bombarded with donations requests for pageant events that are happening at the school. But then I go back and check and I ask, there are monies that have been set aside for cultural and language activities throughout the school year. And so why are we getting asked for donations for pageants at these schools that are listed? And that's a big question that I have. Next one is in regards to hearing some of the teachers, what they inform me is that they're always telling us what our balance is the last minute. And then they tell us, all right, well, you have $15,000 to spend. And then we here as Navajo culture teacher, Navajo language teacher, we're going through all this stuff. By the time we purchase and get these supplies, it's already school out. And then we don't have a place to store them again. And so those continue to be addressed with me, and that is why I'm trying to say, what is the actual detailed breakdown? And then what is the actual time frame in between the time from DOTI, from JLM, to get that information to the school? And I'm assuming JLM knows what I'm talking about. And they shouldn't be hiding from it that, they're guilty of telling these schools what the balance is left and to start spending whatever, $15,000, $20,000, $50,000, and you guys can purchase all these supplies for to make moccasins or whatever, but then they have nowhere to store it. And so that's the way things have been operating for quite some time. And when is it that we're going to put a stop to that? When is it that we're going to draw the line for our teachers to face those kinds of issues that they raise, that they go through at these schools? What is the actual detailed breakdown? I don't know, the other one is Head Start, but I guess we'll get clarification on that later, because we do have, again, you have funding in Exhibit F, and then you have funding in the DOTI, the Net Language Immersion Program, where there's $4,000 that's sitting. And then this $2 million again. So, reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 43 seconds, and then going back to Delegate Nez.
Yes, thank you. Speaker Aro Kuroshaja Enana Hiha. So regarding the Diné language immersion, that is with Head Start, that's the BU number that is associated with that particular account, the one you are identifying with the 3,500. And when I had mentioned, I indicated that I would double check myself when I made that statement, and it does rest that it is with the Head Start. So that should be answering that portion. The second thing is regarding the funding that comes to schools at a later time. So the Johnson and O'Malley program, their fiscal years from July 1st to June of 30th. Navajo Nation's fiscal year is October 1st to September 30th. And so you're competing and trying to work with two different fiscal years. And every one of us in here knows just how difficult it is to get contracts set up, to go through the notorious 164 process. By the time it gets to our subcontractors, they only have a few months left to utilize those funds. And this is why we've been trying to advocate for forward funding. And this council also passed a resolution a few weeks ago about advance appropriation so that we can get those forward funds from a national level so that we don't have to disrupt any service, especially with our Diné language and culture teachers. And so that's unfortunately what the case is. Hopefully, if this amendment passes, that our students and our subcontractors would be able to see funds in a much timely manner that doesn't disrupt some of the deadlines that are caused by two different fiscal years. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Ness. And then going next, new in queue, we do have Vice Chair Slater. Next, Chair Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Appreciate the amendment. I wanted to ask the motioning party a few questions. I don't really see Doty working with the council on how they advocated for federal funds. And so if you could help me understand what Department of Diné Education did to help secure possible federal reduction. My concern, Yaj, is this federal funding, does it come, before it was reduced, did it come directly to Doty to administer? Or was this funding that would go through the states and then would it come to Doty to distribute? I would need those questions to be answered because what happened last year at the New Mexico legislature, we actually had Doty employees who were on their official travel advocating for funding that would that disenfranchised our students in New Mexico. They actively went to Santa Fe to lobby for a formula that disenfranchised our students. And so my concern now is we're seeing these federal reduction, and this could have, if we would have as a nation not allowed New Mexico not to give an equitable distribution to our students, then we would have seen an ability to have more funding for our Navajo students on the New Mexico side. But Doty leadership and employees failed our students. The Nygren administration failed our students by agreeing with Governor Grisham to not provide funding that meets the needs of Navajo Nation and to prioritize other Pueblos, nations, and tribes. It's very clear that we have over 25,000 Navajo students in state schools in New Mexico, and they were shortchanged. And so I'm having a hard time looking at this amendment, knowing that it was this department that was part of this year's state budget that allowed for the governor to shortchange our students. So I know the motioning party, Shiaj, you have been a strong vocal advocate in helping us, but that's where I'm having a hard time with this contractual request, because the Department of Education and their board needs to be responsible and accountable. And this is why we told them every penny matters. Every penny that goes to our students matter, and if they're going to be lobbying against our students, I don't think they're the right department to actually administer a lot of this funding. And so I'll reserve my time, and I want to get the questions in terms of how the funding would come to the schools in the past. And maybe we take this out of the Department of Education's admin budget, start defunding them and giving it direct services to our students. Because they need to account for, if they're going to lobby against our students, they should be accountable. And so some of this funding should be coming out of the Department of Education. I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time of 1:15. Back to Delegate Ness.
Yes, thank you, Speaker Arukuro Shima, for your questions, and then for reminding us about the position and the distinct positions, I guess you could say, from the Executive New Mexico Caucus and then from the department, which I wholeheartedly agree with as well. But for the question, so anytime a sitting president, a U.S. president, signs the budget into law, that goes off to the D.C. office within the BIE at a federal level, which then comes down to the Albuquerque, in our case, the Navajo area office, and then it pursues itself into the 164 with the Navajo Nation. And then the Navajo Nation does what it needs to do to be able to get those contracts accepted. And because this is an eligible related funding, that those students that you see in the document that was handed out, when it says certified Navajo students, those are the students at the local school level, the local educational agencies, what they usually typically refer to them as LEAs, and those are the ones based on that formulas where they get the funding for. So each year, typically they've been working on a weighted student amount, which was about, I want to say 90, maybe, there's a certain amount, I guess, like per student, which saw a decrease by like about $80. So unfortunately, due to the impacts, our students are carrying a weighted student amount of about $7 when it recently used to be about $80 to $90. And so that's what the proposed amendment is trying to provide a one-time payment through a new established account so that students would be a recipient for some of the things that they do at a school level as far as language and culture. I hope that helped answer the question. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Ness. And going to Delegate Nathan Nota with 4 minutes and 41 seconds.
I still have an issue with McKinley County not getting any funds out of this project if this passes. You did mention something about subcontractors, and I'd like to know how much emphasis and how much work was put into including McKinley County in this project. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's my question.
Thank you, Delegate Nota. Back to Delegate Ness.
Yes, thank you, Speaker Arukuro Shina. I can't speak on behalf of Gallup McKinley County School, why they decided to withdraw as a subcontractor to the Navajo Nation. So I can't speak anything further than that. In the past, they have been subrecipients with the Johnson O'Malley program here with the Navajo Nation, but it was at their discretion that they chose to, they may be getting it through the state, so that's as much as I can share at this time, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Ness. And then going back to Chair Shondine Parrish with 1 minute and 55 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and thank you, members of the Navajo Nation Council. I have two questions. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, do you know the carryover balance at each of these schools? It's my understanding that they're able to encumber monies from the Johnson O'Malley program. So I'd like to know those encumbered dollars at the school districts. And because I'd like to know if this is equitable to the request being made. Number two is if the Department of Diné Education is capable of carrying out 30 grant agreements through the Navajo Nation grant process. I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1:17. Delegate Nez.
Yes, Speaker Curley, so I do have the program manager here. I don't know if they have the numbers on how much is encumbered from each of the subcontractors every year. Ms. Suzette Haskey-Oberly is the program manager for the JOM program. And then Doty carrying out 30-plus grants. So this particular office, JOM, has been doing it for years. They've had over 20, 25 plus on a yearly basis and being able to carry out those contracts on a yearly basis. So I would presume they would just carry out whatever strategy they have in place to ensure that these grants get to the LEAs. And Speaker, I'm not sure where you want Miss, maybe at Delegate Claw or...
Controller, if we can help swap out seats or microphones. We do have Jody here. And we do have Jody that can help respond.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yad Eshe Suzette Haskey Oberly and Chia Asha and Schlet Kan Isande Bashishin Kia Ane Dashichedo Twachi in Dashanella. Thank you. Thank you to my leadership, to Council, the 25th Navajo Nation Council, for the opportunity to sit up here and answer the questions. Also for your consideration for this amendment. And if I could get the questions, I was trying to work on one of the requests when I was asked to come up here. So if I could get the questions again, please.
Delegate Ness.
Okay, I know Chair Parrish is sitting next to you, so if I get this inaccurate, just get clarification from her. But basically, it's of the subcontractors, the carryover balance and the encumbrance that they do each year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. The subcontractor carryover is dependent on the school districts. We have 30 subcontractors right now. That's on average. We've had 29 to 32 in the past few years. Navajo Nation Johnson O'Malley program has been in existence since the 1970s. It was one of the first 638 contracts, the public law 93-638 contracts. So, and we've had up to, in the 1995, we had the student count over 53,000 students. And so, since that time of inception, we have really stringent federal criteria that we follow. We have the educational plans and we have the fiscal monitoring that helps with the carryover funds. So depending on the school districts and the situation in the school districts, the carryover funds will vary from school district to school district. I hope that answers the questions.
Delegate Dr. Inez, would you like to add on anything before we turn back to questions?
Yeah, thank you. I also presume that the program would be able to maybe populate what those figures are. So that way there's a kind of an illustration on those figures that are presented. But it does vary. Again, I went back to the contract. I don't think, and we see it with many programs, right? Contracts. We've seen it with the higher education, within a college and NTU. It's an internal issue, but oftentimes I know it's towards the end of the years when a lot of these funds start to not be encumbered and revert back to the UFB. Not in this case because it's federal funds, but just sharing that as an example. Thank you. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Ness. And then new in queue, we do have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So I am a little bit concerned about this amendment, and I did already talk to Dr. Naz, Delegate Dr. Naz on this issue, and then just really what my concerns are. But one of the questions that I did have is right now in New Mexico, as I understand, there's the funding that they get from the legislature, right? And that's the one that we're trying to figure out what that equation should be. Then we also have a separate set of funding, which is the Yazzie Martinez funding, which we still as I understand, PED right now, they went around and they had meetings within the different areas throughout New Mexico to have a discussion on how they want those fundings to be distributed. So I did ask the sponsor whether that was taken into consideration and whether we could get an idea of how much funding is coming from the state of New Mexico through the legislature, and then how much funding is being proposed coming down through the Yazzie Martinez case. Because the last update that I'm aware of is that the Supreme Court said that the state of New Mexico still is not in compliance and they're still not abiding by the rules that were passed down by the Supreme Court. So I think those are two separate fundings that we haven't really looked at, because right now I see when it comes to cultural language, New Mexico really has three pots. We have JOM, Navajo Nation, that's everybody on the Navajo Nation. In New Mexico, we have the state legislature that comes down with funding for education, even with like immersion, language, culture. And then we also have that Yazzie Martinez settlement, which we still haven't decided. So I did ask that question, if I could get a breakdown of whether those have been included in this amount. And so the response that I got is that it hasn't been. So if I can get that information, I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:50. Delegate Ness.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Arokudos Chadelto for the question. So in this particular amendment, there is a focus on the Johnson O'Malley funds. In the state of New Mexico, as I understand it, there are no designated funds coming out of the Yazzie Martinez case. They were instructed to do a 90-day preliminary plan, and that's where those public meetings have been convening. My issue when they released those public meetings was there was none on the Navajo Nation, yet we serve a significant portion of the Native American population here in the state of New Mexico. I had the liberty of attending the one in Farmington back on August 5th. But if there's maybe something that I'm overlooking, I'm happy to pursue that in research. But as I understand it, there are no designated funds coming out of the Yazzie Martinez case. And then as far as the other formula, and through a House Bill 2 with the state of New Mexico, there was designated funding that has been attempted numerous times. And each time the New Mexico Caucus has made the position very clear that the state of New Mexico needs to focus on proportion as well as population, because the Navajo Nation does serve a 27,000+ Navajo students. And as proportion, we always made the argument that anytime the nation from its headquarters here in Window Rock would be able to provide any technical assistance to Cuba Independent schools, that's a whole day away from to provide the technical assistance, as opposed to, with all due respect to our other Pueblo tribes and nations, that they go maybe down the street to provide that same technical assistance. And so the caucus has been very clear about that. And so those fundings, of course, there's been different positions presented. I know in the recent legislature that funding also has come up. And Governor Grisham herself has designated, I think it's about $20 million. And that's a portion of that goes into LEAs within school districts, and then a remaining balance that goes in based on population. And this is specific to those students with an IEP. And so with the Navajo Nation, that's generating those particular funds. But also, anytime funds are earmarked, that there are for specific reasons. With the Johnson O'Malley program, a lot of it is emphasized on language and culture. And I think as a Navajo Nation Council, we've made it very clear that we supported the Navajo language as our official language of the Navajo Nation. And being able to capitalize on that by providing some of these additional funds that have now been by over 90% pulled from our students who generated that on their behalf, because these monies go specifically back to those students that earn those funds. It's similar to Title VII with impact aid, and those that are calculated into that formula should go back into those particular students. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Nez. Going next to Chair James with 43 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. With that, I have lots of questions, but I'll just vote. I'm ready to vote. Waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair James. Then going back to Chair Crotty with 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Thank you, I appreciate it. What I didn't hear a response, Shiaj, was the active lobbying efforts that Dodie had with federal funding. It's my understanding that there was really no presence from Dodie for our federal partners when it came to JOM. And so I'm concerned now that they're asking for the funding, but weren't responsible to the students. And now, what would happen if this funding is not approved? It sounds like I think the program was going to pay their employees. And so what's the next step if the employees are going to still continue to get paid with the federal funds, but they didn't secure funding for the students? And I'll reserve my time.
29 seconds. Delegate Nez.
Yes, thank you. So let me get to the JOM supporting programs first, and then I'll call on the active lobbying efforts. So first, because of the significant decrease by about $4 to $5 million, and this body has also made it very clear to prioritize positions. So with what little funds they had, they've put it into maintaining the current positions that they have now. And Ms. Haskey-Oberly can share exactly how many employees that is. As for the remaining amounts, those all went to the subcontractors. So, for example, we can take a look at Chinle, for example. When they saw 278,000, they saw a difference and a cut of 255,000. So they would only be receiving 23,000. And so those types of unfortunate decisions are going to be coming out of the JOM. And I think this goes for a lot of federal programs as far as funding, being able to make some of those tough choices. But I do appreciate the JOM program with the Navajo Nation being able to, one, prioritize that we don't let go of any of our employees, but that those remaining funds, a significant portion would go back to their subcontractors. And as far as the active lobbying efforts, I know Ms. Haskey-Oberly has been active about being able to lobby for forward funding. And we did bring that resolution to the Tribal Interior Budget Council, I believe about 2 years ago. And Ms. Edgewater, who is also here in attendance, can add to any of those lobbying efforts. I know as a Health, Education, Human Service Committee, it's something that we also have high expectations from our Board of Education, as well as the new superintendent by board resolution that was passed, and that's Ms. Claudia Edgewater. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Haskey-Oberly to kind of just share some of the lobbying active lobbying efforts that happen on behalf of the program. And if needed, we can always go to Ms. Edgewater as well. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you again for the question. There are 6 positions in the Navajo Nation JOM program, 2 senior accountants, 2 senior educational specialists, 1 accounts maintenance person, specialist, and 1 office specialist, and myself. We cover over 34,000 students. We have, because it's a standalone federal program. The funding is approved by Congress, goes to the Department of Interior, then to BIE, and then directly to the nation. And then from the nation, our oversight is the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. And from our office, we receive the funding, and then we distribute based on student count. How JOM was set up. We, in the past, the federal funds have always included the positions, all the positions within DOTI 4 accounted for to monitor the schools. We've never had to request general funds or ask the nation for funding because it was all inclusive. This is the first time that with the number of subcontractors that we have and the number of students that we serve, the first time that we've had such a decrease in funding that we had to figure out how to pay the employees, but also provide services to our school districts. And in the discussions that we've had moving forward that I'm pursuing right now is to have the nation provide the funding for personnel and fringe, so all of the funding that we receive from the federal government would go to the subcontractors, because it's so little, and that's how the states are the ones that have subcontractors. Like Arizona has subcontractors, and they receive all of the federal funds goes directly to the school districts based on student count, and the state itself picks up the cost for the employees and the fringe benefits. And that is an avenue that JOM that we're looking at pursuing, because the number of services that we provide the training, technical assistance, we provide the monitoring, we provide a lot of technical assistance in regards to the educational plan to make sure that it's followed. Like I said, it's a very stringent program, and we account for up to the penny. So That's my proposal in the future, is to seek funding from the Navajo Nation for just our employees and fringe benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Dr. Andy Nez, and also Doty staff. So go back to reserve time. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Okay. Point of privilege raised by Chair Crotty.
I appreciate it, Shadeja. My point of privilege, according to the rules, Dr. Andy Nez, if you could go back to the motioning party, he needs to answer the question regarding the federal lobbying that the program conducted. My only experience with Doty administration is how they lobbied against our Navajo students at the state capitol. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. Going back to Delegate Dr. Andy Nez.
Yes, thank you, Speaker Arokoroshima. So before I gave the mic to Ms. Husky-Oberly, I did indicate if we needed to, we can go to the superintendent so that they can explain on the lobbying efforts at a national level. So Ms. Edgewater, if you can make your way to the podium. And then Ms. Husky-Oberly, if you have anything to add on the national lobbying efforts, I think that would be good to share as well. Thank you.
Ms. Edgewater, and just to that point of privilege that was raised by Chair Crotty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just with the lobbying this past year, we have lobbied significantly at the federal level. The President did send out the new release of the BIE fundings and fundings that are coming to the nations. We've had a breakdown that we can provide you as far as a breakdown of federal funds. A lot of them were significantly impacting our federal funds coming in. However, there was minimal on different things that we didn't get all, but this is kind of like the first year federally that we've gotten a significant amount, more so than the previous years before. Lobbying, when we jumped on the lobbying, it's been since like February or March, early March and going forward. So, but I do have a direct information I can share with you guys that's been shared with us through BIE to give you that information overview of direct funding. But we have had funding federally given to us. JOM is just a result of the federal funds and the transition of the administration taking over with Trump's administration coming over. So there's no definitive answer of exactly why those funds have been restricted. We did appeal for the lost funding of it, but it's a federally funded program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Edgewater. And then going back to Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
Thank you. I'd like to get kind of a breakdown of what you guys get from JOM, what you guys have gotten from the state of New Mexico, also from the state of Arizona, from the state of Utah, if anything, and then the Yazzie Martinez, like what you're, I guess, what you guys are advocating for in receiving those funds. And I appreciate that that Delegate Naz was at the August 5th meeting there in Farmington, and he is correct. I was just now looking at the places that PED had gone out to visit, and there's nothing on the Navajo Nation, but they did meet with Mescalero, which is kind of interesting. And then they also, I believe that they met with one of the Pueblo tribes as well, and I'm going through really quickly to see if I'm correct on that. They met with Zuni, I'm sorry, it was Zuni. But they didn't come here to the Navajo Nation, and whether that request, whether we can submit that request, Speaker, to have them come and explain that Yazzie Martinez case, because some of this funding that is being requested, my understanding is some of that funding from the Yazzie Martinez case for the New Mexico schools is going to cover exactly what these fund requests are. So I think it would be good to get a good idea with how much or what their formula is looking at this, like what it's looking like at this point. So that's my request. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Thank you, Chair. And that was reserved time of 1 minute and 20 seconds. So we'll put that as a part of the action items too as well, but we'll go back to point of privilege raised by Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I raise this point of privilege in, let's see, Rule 16B to receive additional information. And I know that the controller sent out a memo or sent out the information regarding the Johnson O'Malley K account. I'd like to ask if the controller could review the financial statements with the Navajo Nation Council to, I know I've heard colleagues talk about additional documents and other funding sources, but I think it's, since we have that document ready now, maybe that will help the discussion and also help bridge the gaps between the additional information we'll be receiving later. So I'd like to ask if the controller could provide that information to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. And Controller McCabe, you can also send that to staff if it is ready. Controller McCabe.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Speaker. Chair Parrish, are you talking about the stuff that got sent out earlier? Okay. Give me 1 second. I think Chair is referring to the requested information from earlier that we ended up sending out to the council. So let me pull that up. Well, I'm on your computer. Oh, okay. Can you guys pull it?
So colleagues, we will show that on the screen, but that email was sent out by Ms. Johnson at 1:54 p.m.
So a few comments I'll make, Shinata. I know this is really small. I think we need to be a little bit cognizant of this because this is a K account, which represents a federal funded account. And I believe this is where the funding is being requested from the general fund to this account. So the first thing is these are the last 3 years of Johnson O'Malley expenditures by level of detail 4, I think. I think the biggest highlight you should focus on is under contractual services. You can see their budget. I can't quite see it, but it was 3 million. They spent 2.9, and there's still an encumbrance there of 176. And then if you scroll down, and I assume that's where this money is, right? The subcontracts you're talking about? Yeah. So if you scroll down, you'll see you'll see at the end of fiscal 24, there's a $1.2 million open commitment, which again, I believe represents what they're asking for. So there's an encumbrance there already that's available, I think, unless I'm wrong and they can correct me. And then, let's see, is that the last page? Okay, so then the last one I think is 25 to date, potentially, and there's a encumbered balance there of 100 and some thousand. So we'll have to work with the program, but that might indicate that there are commitments, or maybe there was at the end of '24 and they spent it. So maybe that's why it's not carried over into '25. But the other thing I would caution the council on this one is this won't show you what auditors refer to as unearned revenue. And unearned revenue is money that the federal government has given the Navajo Nation that we haven't spent yet. And I checked in with the auditors just a little while ago, and I got a text from John Bonnell who says, give me a second. There is $3.9 million deferred revenue associated with Johnson O'Malley and CFDA, or ALN number 15.130. So my advice to the council isn't so much that maybe not fund this, but if that 3.9 is available to the program and it's eligible for this use, then I think that's where we should go first, because it's already in our bank. It's federal money that we haven't spent. Now, they would know better than I would if that money is eligible for this subcontract use, but if it is, that's where I would go first. Should not dive. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. Point of privilege raised by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you. I call this point of privilege. Just to clarify, so is what Controller McCabe, just so I'm clear on this, so what he's saying is right now, Doty has 3.9 million that they could use for what Delegate Nez is asking for 2 million. So I just need clarification. So is Doty asking then for 5 million, where they're planning to use that 3.9, oh, actually 6 million, 3.9 plus the 2 million that they're asking for? Or is that 2 million just what they're asking for? Does that make sense? Because they got 3.9 right now in the bank, right? And they're asking for an additional 2 million. So are you guys needing 5.9 million total to complete out this, the purpose of requesting the 2 million? Is that additional? Or did you guys not know you had 3.9 million in the bank that you could use for the purpose of this amendment? I hope I'm making sense.
Thank you, Chair. And we'll go to Ms. Edgewater.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Honorable, for your question. So for clarification, it looks like you have 3.9 million, and I stand correct that what Mr. McCabe had recommended is that there's funds there. This is JOM funds, it's not Doty funds. But what happens is you have all these other 30 accounts that are on Doty, but they're not money that's spent directly for Doty. It's federal funds that come in, like New Mexico PED with the Yazzie Martinez. Those come in as funds, but they're earmarked for specific encumbrance and specific things. So JOM is a federally funded program that comes in. So that has 3.9 million that's sitting there. So what it is a reimbursement, and it's per head count at each school in each district. So however, the 2 million they're asking for, obviously with the legislation that Delegate Dr. Andy Nez is pulling with JOM, that's separate. But Doty, Anahiya, we have a small pool of what we're given general funds is a 6 million. So we're still in need of it. But like I said, in our department, it looks inclusive of a lot of money coming to us, but it's not. So right now, for JOM, it would be sufficient for them, like McCabe said, to go with the 3.9 million there and leave that as is. If anything, the 2 million would benefit Department of Education directly because we don't have any funds for our department to operate on. Thank you.
Point of privilege raised by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
So this is another clarifying question. So what you're saying is this $2 million is for Doty operating expenses. This has nothing to do with our kids and their the language, the culture. It has nothing to do with that. It's so that you guys get the operating funds. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair Regina Charles Newton, and going back to Ms. Edgewater.
Thank you. The response for this is this $2 million here is specifically for JOM. Subcontractors. That's separate. I have a different one that I'm working with on a different need for DOTI for operational. So this is a separate one of Dr. Andy Nez with the JOM 2 million asking for that. I'm looking for a different set for operating for the division, but our budget's inclusive of everybody because we have a lot of these contracts that come in federal and statewide, but for our own division to operate, we only over $6 million to operate on operational for division of the Department of Education.
Thank you, Ms. Edgewater. So, Ms. Edgewater, if we could just talk directly of Delegate Dr. Andy Nez's amendments. I don't want, I know there's already confusion on what was being stated. So that amendment that you're talking about is still not as a current active motion on the floor for your request. So the current amendment that's on the floor is for Delegate Dr. Andy Nez. So. And going back to Delegate Dr. Andy Nez for your responses.
Yes, thank you, Arukuro Shaden Linigieto, for asking the additional follow-ups. So, as my agents, I do need you guys to just remain focused on the JOM, because the intent here is to give directly to JOM, which ultimately is just passing through JOM, waving at the Navajo Nation, and then ending up at our schools. That's the intent here. And so, as far as like what was requested, the New Mexico funds, the breakdown for the JOM funds that you receive, and then any state funds that come out of New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah, and then the Yazzie Martinez. And I want to preface that with specifically on JOM, because even though the nation may be a recipient of New Mexico funds, those have separate scopes that they're outlined for. Earlier, I explained House Bill 2. The nation received about $4 million, but that is earmarked for school safety, Diné language teachers, the state licensure, and a curriculum within the Office of Diné School Improvement, et cetera, et cetera. But these, because the JOM program focuses directly on language and culture, activities, field trips, classes, teachers that help produce our Chief Manuelito scholars. Those are the types of programming that this specific fund is supporting. And so because there has been about 90%, maybe even more, of these cuts, we want to make sure through these subcontractors that at least the nation is supporting at least the 2 fiscal years that they have seen these budget cuts to produce and help and aid our students in those learning. So Ms. Haskey-Oberly, if that's something that you have readily available, I think that would be helpful to share at this time. Thank you.
Point of privilege raised by Chair James.
Point of privilege to Rule 16, Speaker and Council members. I just want to know really quickly that you have available budget in the amount of $3.9 million. And if this amendment goes through, correct me if I'm wrong, I just need a yes or a no, your available balance would be $5 million at that time, if this amendment goes through. Because you have 3.9 million available, then if this amendment goes through, you add on 2 million again, that's $5.9 million that will be available. So I just need a yes or a no. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair James. And going back to Doty, Ms. Edgewater.
Thank you again for the question. No, it wouldn't be $5 million.
Thank you for that response. And going back in queue, we do have Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. So, I mean, trying to look at the same document that the controller was looking at. So I see K23-706, that's calendar year 23, budget balance under contractual services, which is what this section would be, $34,500. That's not going to cover much. Go to calendar year 24 for 736, the K account, $25,000 left over. Go to calendar year 25, $135,000 left over, and a substantially lower amount under contractual services. And that's the last one that I see. So I don't get where this $3.8 million figure is coming from. And if we're speaking to 3.8 from the audit perspective, then isn't that frozen from the FY24, not from FY25, what we're talking about right now? So that would be dated information. But I don't know. I don't think we need to even get stuck on all that. I believe the committee supported this when it came out of the Health Education Human Services Committee as one of the unmet needs. I remember seeing this amount. So it's interesting to see there be a split now and not wanting to support this endeavor. But I see a simple printout here. It adds up to $2 million. It's going to the schools that we currently help out with. It's been explicitly said on the record by both the sponsor and by Doty themselves that this is supposed to be a one-time shot in the arm related to budget cuts that have taken place at the federal level, and there should be no expectation of continued ongoing support for these programming. And we have the funding in the excess permanent trust fund income, and that is, to me, specifically what that is there for. The $40 million is for ongoing operations of the government, and that's what we're using. But the excess income can be used for discrete projects. We don't have a capital improvement program, so we shouldn't be funding capital projects. We don't have things that are completed by other aspects of the executive branch. But we do have a functioning Johnson O'Malley program, and I think an immense need among our students across the Navajo Nation for this. So it is peculiar to me that this is such a controversial amendment and that we're looking at other types of funding that I think we're conflating. They might have similar impacts related to culture, language, identity, the impacts that then have on an individual student's self-worth and then also their success academically. But this is a discrete program, and if we want to step up and try to assert more control, I'd like to hope that this would then compel Doty to level up a few of these other things. I mean, I don't want to get distracted with all these other issues, but we need to keep the department moving. And to me, if we have a decline in federal funding, then we create the permission structure to sort of take our hands off of education if the Navajo Nation doesn't step up to actually fund education in some manner. So if we put the carrot out there, then that's also the council and the HES committee's incentive to hold the department accountable and these other school districts accountable. They have a contractual relationship with the Navajo Nation to fulfill certain aspects as subcontractors. And that allows us to have influences in these public school districts that we otherwise really don't have any influence in. I don't know if you've ever had to deal with that in your own districts, but they sure as heck do not want to have any sort of Navajo Nation interference with what they believe to be their little fiefdom. And this is one way for us to be able to support education within those areas and influence the standards and the levels there. I would be honest, I've seen a totally mixed bag across my district. Sometimes I see great programming going on. Sometimes it's like a whole year goes by and then they struggle to, a whole year goes by and then they get their act together and they start pushing out really great programming. But I don't want to deprive our young people of the opportunity to have this sort of programming. You know, a lot of it's after school programming and other things. And there are definitely people in this room who have benefited from it, and I think we should just vote for it. I'm not sure we're learning anything new right now. I think we're just trying to find ways to poke holes in things, and everybody's made up their mind. So that's my opinion, and I'll yield the last 5 seconds.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. I didn't hear any direct questions to the amendment sponsor, so I'll go back to, new in queue, Delegate Helena Nesbiget.
Oh, Shehet Nana. I do support this because JOM is a program that helps the low-income families. And they use this funding to provide entertainments for our children during the month of Native American month. And I see there's single parents out there. They barely get by with things. So this is the funding that they turn to. Some of our children's parents cannot pay for cap and gowns. So this is the funding that they turn to for the school to help them out with. So that much I want to say, and I do support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Helena Nesbiget. And then Chair Parrish with 1 minute and 17 seconds. Okay, I couldn't see the boards here, so my computer actually went down up here. Delegate Tolth, new in queue. A point of privilege raised by Chair Crotty.
Appreciate it. My point of privilege, according to the rules, I did ask the question on what Doty has done to lobby for the Johnson O'Malley program. I haven't received a response. The only answer was President Nygren did something. That doesn't give me the information I need. I need to know how Doty was actively lobbying for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. Then going back to Ms. Edgewater to address that point of privilege.
Thank you for the question. So this past early spring, when the new Trump administration had came through, they went and did some budget cuts across the board. We were given late notice, like one day in early March, we were told, usually they get in funding about $3 million, a little over $3 million. By a week later, they had cut it more than 90% on the JOM funds, which left it like about $1,100,000 for the upcoming fiscal year. At that point, when we got notification, we did contact OMB at that time, and we filed for an appeal to take place. The appeal took place, but right now there's no definitive answer from the federal level of why that cut was made. So right now, as far as advocating, we did do the appeal, and yet there's still a lot of federal funding that is still up in limbo. We do communicate with the Washington office with Vince Redhouse and his staff there on a biweekly basis. But during the advocacy, the president of the Navajo Nation is the voice of what Washington, D.C. recognized. So with our team at Doty, we provide data, support information, options, things that we can provide as a support to make sure that we're gearing information and educational-wise to make best sound decisions for the Navajo Nation. But we work directly with them. In lieu of that, we've also worked with our speaker and here with our oversight committee with the Health and Human Education Service Committee as well, ongoing. And as far as partnering with other nations across the United States on biweekly leadership meetings as well. So we've been heavily involved in advocating for education across the board for our funding for serving the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edgewater. And next in queue, we do have Delegate Toth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Aro koro peswas anitlangi do heha kwe shahol agi. Aro inda adi nile nahalchen waha nitzen don salalt so has tweedo sani hano e bayil tile. Aro campaign e nile hoda. Ako alchenen lenigidi ko besu de yo kido banija ashi ni o there's a lot of attachment to it concerning issue that can be ironed out later date. So I do support this intention quite amendment ilgahagi halachin barajopa. I've been receiving a lot of email asking for the Navajo Nation assistant to allocate some money for them. Akoran hina hotil zido because the United States government they made a decision ko so a good recommendation were made, question were asked. That can be handled internally. So I think that's enough to talk about a conharchin base which will o kweta o chatanda diltra. So Speaker, Madam Speaker, if I'm in order, cease debate additionally. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Toth. And before I do recognize that motion, I do have, just as I've been doing this as a courtesy for some of our colleagues that do have reserved time, I do have three. Chair Parrish and also Chair Crotty and Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. So colleagues, if there's any opposition for that yield time, if not, then I can just recognize that motion. And colleagues, and just keeping up my note-taking, usually it does also say that the season debate has to be balanced between that those are for and against, meaning equal debate going on. So just keeping a track, I feel that most of the questions that were asked were all more against the amendment and just only a few that supported. So colleagues, Delegate Toth, I'm not going to motion, or I'm not going to recognize that motion for cease debate. Point of privilege raised by Chair Crotty.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Speaker, can you send out to the council, so Chief of Staff, Executive Chief of Staff, Chris Beecher attended a subcommittee meeting for the New Mexico legislators on funding, federal funding reduction. Could you ask what was presented to the New Mexico Subcommittee on Federal Reduction, and if the JOM program was identified? Because the governor just announced a special session on October 1st, and I want to see how Navajo Nation is advocating for our students, as stated by staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. And Ms. Edgewater?
Yes, thank you for the question. So right now, we are continuing to advocate. Right now, as we speak, we have a team in ADE going with the forum there, of leadership forum, also in Flagstaff. We have another team that will be set to go to the New Mexico PED forum tomorrow that will be held in New Mexico regarding the Yazzie.
Ms. Edgewater, there was that request for documentation, so if you could just reference the document that was requested. Ms. Edgewater?
So we do have a team that will be present to work with what the breakdown of New Mexico PED is proposing as far as funding coming in. I believe that also individuals from DOTI who work closely with the New Mexico Caucus and also with our oversight with the HES committee to provide technical support and advocating for Navajo education. So, thank you.
Ms. Edgewater, there was that formal request that was referenced to Chief of Staff, Chris Beecher, on behalf of education priorities within the state, and if it did reference JOM. So if you do have that documentation.
Madam Speaker, no, I don't have that documentation. For the record, like I said, we work with OPVP. We can provide tech support and give them our priorities or give them what we're working with, but what they do when they get it and the decision they move forward with OPVP, that's at their own discretion. Thank you.
And to address that point of privilege, is there anyone online or in here from the Office of the President and Vice President? No. Okay, we don't see any attendance from OPVP. Chair Crotty, I know you raised that needed for documentation. I just looked through my emails too. I don't have that document on hand as well. So Chair Crotty?
Appreciate it, Speaker. So we were provided the agenda, and Chief of Staff Chris Beecher was on the agenda to speak on behalf of Navajo Nation. If the program DOTI does not have the document on what was submitted to the state of New Mexico, if I could make that request for staff to request what document is being presented to the state of New Mexico on behalf of the Navajo Nation. It's vital for that communication to continue. And I do not agree with the statement by Superintendent Edgewater that the Navajo Nation president is recognized in Washington, D.C. to speak on behalf of the Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation law identifies the council as the governing body, and it's through our resolutions. And that's why when we're not unified, our children suffer.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. And again, we'll reach out again to Chief of Staff for that documentation. Okay, going next to Chair Parrish with 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and thank you, members of the council. I do have concern with the Department of Diné Education receiving these funds. We've seen in the past 3 fiscal years that the Department of Diné Education does not have consistent leadership. They don't have an accountant. They don't have a lot of staff to support to support grant agreements and to get proper documentation for the Navajo Technical University, for Diné College, and that's just out of the $12.4 million set aside. There are challenges with DOTI and giving those grant agreements out, and I don't know how they're expected to continue 30 grant agreements in the total of $2 million. I'm concerned for my community. Kayenta Unified School District is in this amendment, and I'm concerned that there will not be cooperation between DOTI and my community, and the money won't be spent, and it's just going to go back into the UUFB. So that's my concern. There's also risk of budget transfers, because clearly what's important to the superintendent is her own administrative budget over the JOM budget.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. And then going back to Delegate Ness.
Yes, thank you, colleagues, for expressing those concerns. We echo those same sentiments at the Health, Education, Human Service Committee. And we just, again, do our best to have those expectations meet from the department, but also from the Board of Education. And we do have numerous conversations, and those expectations are just as high. I do want to note here that although it's a new a new business unit within the department. The JOM program is going to be the ones who are going to be carrying out those contracts. I also wholeheartedly would disagree if the Department of Education utilized those funds elsewhere, because these funds are specifically for our students that are outlined and certified within the document that was shared with you. So my expectations are just as aligned that Kayenta, Magdalena, Tuba City, others receive those awards, because again, these are calculated by the students that are represented and attending those particular school districts. As it was stated, about on average 29 to 31 on a yearly basis was what the Johnson O'Malley program has been achieving every year. And again, we just see those challenges coming from different fiscal years from the JOM program and then with the Navajo Nation. But eventually they do get to the school districts. Unfortunately, yes, they arrive like April. It leaves like May, June timeframe to expend some of those funds. But carrying out this, we want to ensure that the Johnson O'Malley program does carry it out specifically as they have been doing in the past, and not the Department of Education admin or any of the other 11 programs. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Ness. And next, reserve time, Chair Crotty with 29 seconds.
Appreciate it. So I think what I want to do here is, if there was already a decision made to use what little JOM money for the personnel, and if this is a one-time allocation, what's the plan for next year? And I'll reserve my time.
Excuse me, 10 seconds. Delegate Ness.
Yes, thank you for the question, Shimam. So when this was being discussed, of course, when we hear updates from our Washington office and other partners at a national and state level, you see a lot of those cuts that are impacting our students or posing threats, not only to our students, but other populations as well. And so I, as alongside many of our other programs, as well as our state, know that, unfortunately, the nation can't fully support a lot of these significant federal cuts on a yearly basis. I know it's challenging, it's unfortunate, but that's something that I pose to the Johnson O'Malley office is how do we start to transition to make sure that our school districts and those that are the recipient of these funds are also planning alongside some of these cuts. Because our advocacy doesn't stop here. We want to be able to ensure that the federal government does comply with the Johnson O'Malley program and that these funds are continuing to support our students. But because of the 90% plus impacts that we've seen at here at the local level, we want to continue that. And earlier I did reference the advanced appropriations, which we have advocated for, and trying to find a congressional companion to help support those efforts moving forward. So it's a discussion, again, that we will continue to have with the JOM program and with a lot of the LEAs that are subcontracted. And I do want to defer some time here to Ms. Haskey-Oberly to see if there's anything specific that can be included on some of those discussions that are happening with the LEAs/subcontractors. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you again for the question. As I had stated prior, that the Navajo Nation JOM program is seeking to have the Navajo Nation cover just personnel and fringe benefits for the Johnson O'Malley program, and all federal funding that's received will go directly to the subcontractors. The second part is that we're still waiting for a continuing resolution 3. Not sure if that's going to make a difference in the amount that we currently received for fiscal year 2025. If there's going to be additional funding because of the Modernization Act, they added additional 45,000 students, additional 45,000 plus students to their to their budget and kept the amount of funding for JOM the same, so that the money got spread out even more. And Congress had mentioned that because of the change, they wanted an accurate student count across the nation for all JOM programs, that they might consider increasing the budget for the JON programs. So that's something that we'll continue to advocate for at the national level. And internally, we are reluctant to do RIFs, the reduction in force, but that's a conversation that we've also had during this period of time. I hope that answers your questions. Thank you.
Point of privilege raised by Chair Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you. If Department of Justice or DOTI, could you provide the appeal letter or package that you sent to the JOM? I want to make sure we see language, Speaker and colleagues, because if the program is stating the importance of this funding, if the nation basically supplements this reduction, I just want to make sure our position is weakened, because we have demonstrated that we could supplement this program. So I need to make sure what is the language of that appeal, and if we're going to have to modify language to this amendment. So I would need to see that, Speaker, before moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. And I know Mel was here earlier, but first we can go over to Ms. Edgewater.
When do I have to send it? I have the original copy to, and thank you again for the question, but I do have the appeal letter. I can forward that on to Delegate Nez to distribute. Thank you. I did, in the appeal letter, I did discuss the importance of funding for Navajo Nation, especially with the number of students that we serve. At the time, we were serving over 36,000 students. We are over 34,000 students currently, and I did make that note that we went from about $80 per student to $9 per student, and that was outlined in my appeal letter. Also, I had the opportunity to talk to the Senate Appropriations Committee Chair and also express the same. I provided the one-pager on the impacts of the funding cuts also.
And may you forward that to Delegate Nez, unless if you have it already, Delegate Nez? Okay. So if we can get that copy to Chair Crotty. So if a point of privilege is raised for documentation, we have to address it before moving forward. So if that can be emailed. And while Dodie is emailing that document, we also have Washington office director also online with us. So Mr. Redhouse, if you can also help clarify what Chair Crotty has asked for was what was submitted to appeal for the JOM funding. Mr. Redhouse? Madam Chair? Mr. Redhouse? Okay. Yeah, he's on. You're good. So colleagues, Mr. Redhouse is joining us via Zoom.
Hi, good afternoon, Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council. With regard to Member Crotty's question, I believe Vice President attended that event. We had also notified your office about it. And as far as I know, nothing was submitted directly to New Mexico folks. We just provided proposed talking points for Vice President for the event. I don't have them here in front of me, unfortunately.
Mr. Redhouse?
Yes.
It was the appeal document that was submitted from Jody for JOM.
My apologies, I misunderstood. I do not have that. I will look around for it, though. My apologies.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Redhouse. So Chair Crotty, Washington office also does not have that copy. Okay, staff will be sending it right now. And colleagues, that should be in your inbox from Ms. Johnson at 5:09 p.m. And it looks like it's a 2-page document. So, and it's titled letter. Okay, so we did address that point of privilege. The document has been sent out. So next we do have Chair Eugenio Charles Nguyen with 1 minute and 20 seconds. Let's go start her time.
I'm not as fast. Whew, okay, sorry about that, Speaker. I just want to say that I support our students. I've always supported our students. But I think that this council has and also during the 24th, I know we always encourage our programs to use your federal funds first. Use your grant funds. And, you know, if you use all of that and you still need additional funds, then I can understand that request to come to council for general funds. And so the thing that keeps kind of coming back is the 3.9 that's in JOM. And I don't want any of those funds going back. I don't know what, you know, I'm not saying that that's going to happen. But we, at the beginning of this week, we talked about the rescission package that the Trump administration is putting forward. And we're trying to get clarification on what does it mean when the tribes have spent their money. Previous Department of Treasury said it's obligated, but they tried, the Senate tried to.
Time. Thank you, Chair Regina Charles Newton. Going next back to Delegate Ness.
Yes, thank you, Speaker and colleagues, again for those questions and concerns. I do have a language that I put together in the last few seconds because I understand the significance about you know, all the different mechanisms that are included into funding our students. And so I'm ready to send to Jalissa the amendments, email, et cetera. Is that the JOM? And this is going to go under the directive that's already outlined into the proposed amendment. And it reads, the JOM Navajo Nation program through the Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education shall carry out all contracts, parentheses, sub-grantees, pursuant to those specific figures outlined to each local educational agency, parentheses, LEAs, to ensure funds are following specific national JOM guidelines. Because many of our subcontractors are aware of the specifics that are provided to them through these contracts. And we want to make sure, and I want to make sure as well, that these funds go directly to those that are outlined in the national criteria. So Speaker, I'll be sending that here shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Ness. And we'll go back into queue. And we do have Chair Crotty with 10 seconds.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the letter. I do think that we're probably going to need some additional language if OLC can work with DOJ regarding this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. Delegate Dr. Indinas.
Thank you, Speaker. So the language I did send to Ms. Lowe, because I know it needs OLC review. So if it's ready, then it can be added to number 2 directive. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Ness. I believe it's somewhere still in the cloud, so we'll work with OLC and OLS, so just give us a few minutes.
Okay. Make the motion. I'll second.
Okay, while we're waiting for that modification of amendment number 3, we do have another special guest joining us this late evening. We have Miss Indian Junior Rodeo Association Queen, Serbalyn Mitchell on the north side. That's Eshiaja. So throughout this whole budget week, we had many of our royalties visiting our council chamber. So welcome to our council chamber. So she is seeing her government in action. Colleagues? Colleagues, so we'll have an introduction here by our guests here, and then we will enter to a brief 5-minute recess.
Talk through it? Okay. Yeah, it's A. Everyone's Zerbila Mitchell Nishne. My Dishki Nishne Patani Washishi Tachini Dashanella Tanazani Dashiche. I am your Miss Indian Junior Rodeo Association Queen for 2024 and 2025. I am going to give up my crown this year on October 12th. Yes, October 12th. And I do rodeo, I do barrels, goats, and I do bull riding, junior bull riding. And I am from Spider Rock, Arizona. It's like towards Chinle. And then my mother is over there. Her name's Elvira Teller. She works for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. Thank you for having me. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for letting me introduce myself to all of you guys. And thank you for everything. I go to school in Chinle High School. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Miss Mitchell. So she is a young woman bull riding. Yeah, very, that's awesome. So colleagues, we're going to recess here briefly for a short 5 minutes. So we'll recess here at 5:25, reconvene at 5:30. There's dinner in the South Conference room. Colleagues, roll call is open. Roll call is open. And we do have 16 delegates on the floor. We will exit out of recess at 5:37 p.m. And staff, if you could help read that modification, and then we'll get concurrence here from Delegate Nez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Modification to Amendment 3. Under number 2, directive to the program, after amendment above, add new language as follows. New language, the JOM Navajo Nation program through the Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education shall carry out all contracts, subgrantees pursuant to those specific figures outlined to each local educational agency, LEAs, to ensure funds are following specific national JOM guidelines and that federal funds are first prioritized before the proposed amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff. And there is concurrence by Delegate Nez and seconding party, Delegate Tolt. You're okay with that? Okay, gives us thumbs up. And colleagues, that amendment number 3 is modified, and I don't have no delegates in queue, and I also don't have any more reserved time. Point of privilege, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
So just in terms of the change that has been made to the amendment, does that restart it to 5 minutes since there's a change? Or are we still on the 5 minutes for the original Amendment 1? Can I get a little bit clarification on that?
So this is amendment number 3, and it hasn't changed to amendment number 4. So it did, your 5 minutes did carry on with this current amendment. So then you don't get another 5 minutes after modification, since it's still amendment number 3. Okay, colleagues, I don't see any more hands raised or new in queue. We will put 2 minutes on the board, colleagues, and this is to vote on amendment number 3. And we have 45 seconds left, colleagues. Point of privilege raised by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Speaker, can we see what we're voting on right now? So we're voting on the 2 million.
Correct.
With the change in the modification language to the amendment.
Correct. Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote? Green? Delegate Sherilyn Yasi? Red? Delegate Norman Begay? Okay. Colleagues, that is a vote of 14 in favor, 6 opposed, and with speaker not voting. So amendment number 3 carries. Point of privilege raised by Chair Crotty.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to request Speaker, as Chair of the New Mexico Caucus, if we could provide the video of Doty's employees advocating for a reduced amount for our students at the state of New Mexico. It's my understanding Doty employees are going to social media and calling delegates cronies and other accusations. So if we could get that transcript, I think there's a video where you could clearly see Doty employees advocating for a formula that shortchanged our students. If you could let me know when your staff can gather that information, because I'd like to make a formal response, because I believe this needs additional action if Doty is going to advocate and lobby against the Navajo Nation Council's position. You should be held accountable.
Thank you, Chair Crotty, and we will work with staff and also reach out to the legislature to see if they have that journal or transcript. Okay, we're going back to the main motion, so thank you, Doty. We can have the sponsor back at the presenter's table. Chair Parrish. Thank you. And next we do have Delegate Toll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to make an amendment. This in regards to veterans issue. Legislative concern, have the staff reading into record for us, please. Madam Speaker, reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:44. And there's a motion on the floor for amendment number 4. Staff, if you could read that to the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 4, 1, legislative concern, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Business Unit 103015. The Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Executive Director shall provide a written report to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee by the end of the second quarter of FY 2026, detailing its developed plan to work with the local chapter veterans organization to establish a new distribution formula from the Veterans Trust Fund to the veterans at the chapter level. 2, authorization to the Office of Legislative Counsel. The Office of Legislative Counsel is authorized to make the necessary revisions to the Legislative Concerns Exhibit to include the legislative concerns above. The Office of Legislative Counsel is permitted to make edits to conform the language in the legislative concern in this amendment to the language in the existing legislative concern exhibit. 3, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraph, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits, including recalculating totals related to this amendment and its exhibits to implement the nomination council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and any other amendments which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff. Is there a second? Second by Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie. Colleagues, I don't see anyone in queue. And a call for a vote. 2 minutes on the board, colleagues, for amendment number 4. Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote? Green. Vice Chair Simonson, how do you vote? Green. Delegate Norman Begay. And we do have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, with speaker not voting. Amendment number 4 carries. Point of privilege raised by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Speaker, yesterday we had a lot of questions regarding what's going on with veterans, and we did get the report from Chair Parrish and also from Chair James that the Veterans Administration had submitted their budget late, resulting, I guess, in a lot of questions. And we're starting to see as delegates these emails coming through, and then our veterans are asking questions about like what's going on, you know, with the budget. Why was it submitted late? Are we really seeing a decrease? So we're getting all of these questions and comments. We did request yesterday for the Director of Veterans Administration to come before this council to explain the budget, and then to also explain the purge, to explain also if there were any decreases in their funding. We did get Ms. Leanne Roy, who came forward to provide that information to us. We all agreed as a council that Ms. Roy is still new, and she's acting under the Veterans Director. And so I don't know when we're going to get that report from veterans, and I made that request several times to have her come before Nabik Iatske to explain what's going on. And I know that right now she's in Hawaii at some Veterans Advisory Council meeting. And so, you know, I just want to, like, I feel like If she can go to Hawaii during the budget season and put the budget aside for veterans, then she should be able to come here to council to ask, to answer questions that we have on behalf of our veterans. So I think the only thing that we can do at this point, since I believe this is honestly the third time that we have requested this from Bobby Baldwin, is to subpoena her, to bring her here to council or to Nabik Iatskit to answer questions that we all have regarding our veterans. Our veterans deserve to know what's going on, and the budget being late is a really big concern. We're at budget right now. We're debating these issues regarding veterans, but we haven't really got any clear answers from the director. So it's kind of hard because, you know, I feel like I don't want to vote against the veterans. I know how important, you know, how important they are to all of us, but we're not getting the answers. So Speaker, at this time, based on the directive here, I know that it's to do a report to Hess. And I could have modified the amendment to say to Nabi, but I think that because we all have veterans in our areas, it should be to Nabik Iatskit. So I don't know how we can do that. I did submit that request to several times, and we did call upon her, but she hasn't come before us. So we need to know what's going on with veterans. We need to know.
Okay, that was a point of privilege, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, so that is noted. We did reach out to the Director Baldwin, however, we've been having no response, but we'll work with our legal counsel, Ms. Espino. So we can have that noted. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Okay, we are back on the main motion. And next we do have Delegate Lester Yazzie.
Thank you, Speaker. Here la kwesa dati sin be sha lage. Do here be ma so an ko based on Nate Ido Hunzao and he now article he had a line of Senegal. Other in the Handat Nishido, Are Dyson not Sagido in the Danchin Datlikin Hilto Yat Ako Shilto Madam Speaker, I'd like to offer an amendment as well, please. We have a I think the write-up, Ms. Johnson, if we could have it on the screen. This is an amendment to request $550,000 to be transferred from the permanent fund income into business unit for Navajo Nation chapters 108014 through 108123. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Yazzie, and we'll go to staff and read that into the record, and I will do a second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment number 5, one funding amendment from permanent fund income, $550,000 for a total of $550,000 to business units 108014 through 108123, Navajo Nation chapters, in the object code 8000 assistance in the amount of $5,000 for a total of $555,000 to provide funding for veterans recognition and food to the 110 Navajo Nation chapters, $5,000 per chapter for a total of $550,000. 2, directive to the program. Provide updated budget forms consistent with the amendment above. 3, directive to OMB. OMB is directed to make the adjustments and additions to Exhibit F, PFI funded unmet needs, consistent with this amendment. OMB is further directed to prepare an unmet needs exhibit with the funding source as the personnel lapse account to reflect the amendments made above if applicable. for the Office of Management and Budget is authorized to make updates to the current exhibits and totals in the body of the language as needed to comply with the intent of the Navajo Nation Council as a result of amendments made at council or standing committees. 5, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits, including recalculating totals related to this amendment and its exhibits to implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and any other amendments, which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, and we do have a second by Delegate Tolt. Colleagues, I don't see any hand raised or in queue. First, we do have Delegate Dr. Endinez.
Yes, thank you, Speaker Arakodoshina, for the proposed amendment here. So I want to highlight two things. So during the Health Education Human Service Committee, we heard NNVA come before our committee. And so at the time, we did pass a directive for the NNVA to prepare applicable budgets regarding a proposed unmet need, which is what we see before us here. And that was to include priority 1, $5,000 to each CVO at 110 chapter veteran organizations, and that the proposed budget could include gifts and awards, which is under your L level of detail 7, object code 7140, and supplies, which is a level of detail 4, object codes 4120, 4210, and 4420. And the reason supplies was added was because when we hear from our CVOs, a lot of them are requesting for paper, they're requesting for printers, they're requesting for things that can help them be productive within their veterans meetings and then with their assistance to veterans. And so I'm curious if the motioning party would be amenable to including that to where it says to provide funding for veterans recognition, food and supplies, because some of our CVOs do have concerns and oftentimes that they're being told otherwise. The other thing I want to ask the motioning party is if you can include, I had a directive to the Division for Community Development regarding this funding account. And that directive, and if the motioning party again is open to including it, is to make sure that these funds are specifically for veterans within the chapters. It's not for insurance. It's not to pay the rent for our CVOs to host the meetings. It's not for those things. These are specifically outlined, and I can send that proposed language to the motioning party if they agree to it. I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2 minutes and 42 seconds. And Delegate Dr. Endinez, if you can send that language and then, okay, so we can have staff read it, and then I'll go back to Delegate Toth if he does agree with that modification. Delegate Toth, there was that request for modification.
Avila.
He is a second. Back to the motion party, Delegate Yazzie.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, Chanel, Madam Speaker. In the Hodona Kit, I take yeah, not the years in Juno Hodo, so lot soy base of Banat, so J. Ban Sahaki Soto, Nakil Kane, Nin Delegate, in the with the recommendation of adding supplies. What all about how it's and then his lot soy, Sandat Leo, other lad, I didn't link that because she bonnet. So, Madam Speaker, I'll go ahead and concur with the including the supplies, and then the second one is Hot ye had zig, hot oil by nature hearts are the late hotness the libet has added. Deep basis in the ligin his a lot so he height oh yes and binny built edo it open hat up built ego a base of the yo kid ado quagge ayo none lado other lad not only that quagge other lad beso get salat so bit hotor nila be na hinil ka ka get opilt era akon juno e hodo ya sa dige ye hatsi ko e ya to I'm going to go ahead Madam Speaker concur with the second part of Dr. Nez's recommendation shinale ahon so do ke
Thank you, Delegate Yelsey. Concurs with that language, and it is underlined here on the board for that new language. And we did get concurrence from Delegate Toll. And going next to Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
I don't think I did my right to speak, Speaker. I was up there talking to Chair. I didn't push it. So I
Oh,
hope my
okay.
5 minutes
Somehow,
was-
somehow it just showed up on screen, but okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We
I
won't, we
didn't
won't
push
count
it.
that against your 5 minutes. Okay. Going. Okay, thank you, colleagues, for your patience, and then we'll go for questions and comments. We do have next Chair James.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, members of council. I just wanted to know, maybe it's just a modification, but on the email that we received, it indicates Shamasana Honorable Crowdy as the amendment to the sponsor. And so the printout does also have Honorable Amber Crowdy's name on there. So I'm trying to look on the screen to see if we need to do a modification on that. Reserve my time, thank you.
Four minutes and 27 seconds. Okay, thank you, Chair James. So colleagues, even though if there was an amendment request, and then, so for example, Chair Crotty did make that request, and then just through, she wasn't recognized. However, Delegate Dr. Inez did that motion, or Delegate Yazzie did do that motion for Chair Crotty. So that is allowable. There's no rules against that, so, but it can be sponsored by any delegate has time and recognized through that motion. Point of privilege raised by Chair James.
Privilege to Rule 16, so do I do a motion to make the change, or are you guys just going to change it yourself up there? Because right now, what we're going to be voting on is Delegate Crowdy. It says up here on your email. So, can I get that clarified?
Okay, we can resend it. So Chair Crotty's name is not on the language. That's the amendment. It was just through the internal finalization of an amendment. But Chair Crotty's name is not on the board, just the context of the amendment. This is how we track amendments going through. So, but we can send an updated copy. Okay, going next to Vice Chair Slater.
I have a request to modify with the language I sent out. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:58. Okay, colleagues, that modification. Oh. Okay. So staff is going to read that modification and go back to Delegate Yazzie after.
For the legislative concern? Yeah? Okay. And thank you, Madam Speaker. Under number 1 of the amendment, after the total of $555,000, the sentence with to provide funding, it now reads to provide funding for veterans programming at 110 Navajo Nation chapters, $5,000 per chapter. And the other modification to the amendment is a new number 4, legislative concern, for the Division of Community Development, Business Unit 108001. The Division of Community Development Administration shall present a written report to the Nabakeatit Committee by the end of the first quarter of FY 2026, detailing the method used to provide the Navajo Nation chapters written notification regarding Fund 16 veterans accounts and how the expenditures shall comply with Navajo Nation law. To the Division of Children and Family Services, Business Unit 117001, the Division of Children and Family Services shall present a written and oral report to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee by the end of the second quarter of FY 2026, detailing funds allocated to subcontractors for direct service contracts, which shall include expenditures, contract deadlines, and other applicable information. A new number 5, authorization to the Office of Legislative Counsel. The Office of Legislative Council is authorized to make the necessary revisions to the Legislative Concerns Exhibit to include the legislative concerns above. The Office of Legislative Counsel is permitted to make edits to conform the language in the legislative concerns in this amendment to the language in the existing Legislative Concerns Exhibit. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, and we'll go to Delegate Yazzie.
Now he has another to the Madam Speaker sabi siya na do you with does it require the motioning party to do concurrence on the I would also with the Vice Chair's recommendations. So Madam Speaker, I'll concur with both what was read into record.
Thank you. Delegate Yazzie concurs with this modification. Delegate Toll? Nope. Point of privilege raised by Chair James.
Thank you again. I raised this point of privilege to our Rule 16. Since we always have an issue with ASC on how dispersing funding to our veterans local organization, my question would be, I really don't know to who, maybe OMB or controller, is if we can put this 5,000 in all the 110 chapters 01 account, because in their 01 account, they don't have restriction. And so each of the veterans organization has their different concept of trying to do things for their local veterans. And so if it stays in one of the account, then that's when ASC says, no, we have to follow this, we have to do this. So is it okay that if we make a modification to indicate that these fundings go in the 01 accounts for the whole 110 chapters? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair James, and that is a Mr. Bial question. OMB?
But
No, it's okay. Mr. Brial?
I was ready to say second. Madam Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, replying to the question raised by Delegate James about including language or modifying the language to specify that the 01 group of funds for the Veterans Chapter funding could be used or applied. From OMB's point of view, we don't think that would be a problem. So it's doable, allowable. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Bial, for answering that question. I think he's second to recess, too. And going back to the motion for amendment number 4, we do have next Vice Chair Simonson.
Yeah, Nana, Speaker Curley, and I would like to ask Delegate Yazzie if he could modify his amendment to also add on the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council budget as well, requesting from the permanent fund income, and we have that amendment ready. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4 minutes and 38 seconds. And Delegate Yazzie, staff is going to read that amendment for you, then I'll go back to you if you do concur with it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Modification. 1, funding amendment from permanent fund income, $245,043 for a total of $245,043 to business unit new legislative branch youth advisory council. Object code 3000 travel expenses, $125,116. Object code 4000 supplies, $29,195. Object code 5000 lease and rental, $24,700. Object code 5500 communications and utilities, $8,900. Object code 6000 repairs and maintenance, $4,000. Object code 7000 special transactions, $37,132. Object code 8000 public assistance, $16,000 for a total of $245,043 to cover funding for budget shortfall. 2, directive to the program, provide updated budget forms consistent with the amendment above. 3, directive to OMB. OMB is directed to make adjustments and additions to Exhibit F, PFI funded unmet needs, Consistent with this amendment, OMB is further directed to prepare an unmet needs exhibit with the funding source as the personnel lapse account to reflect the amendments made above if applicable. 4, the Office of Management and Budget is authorized to make updates to the current exhibits and totals in the body of the legislation as needed to comply with the intent of the nomination council as a result of amendments made at council or standing committees. Madam Speaker.
Delegate Yazzie, do you concur with that request for modification to add on the Youth Advisory Council?
Na ke hat hudoshinalle sabe chana huil ado ti hudod na ide kidige ashi bahone tsa chun khalchin eba akod aisben yage ni salat soid e yande inde kododi den khalchin kodob bilin dil nashiben ya koshi abahone tsa rali so I'll concur ma'am.
Thank you, Delegate Yazzie. Shachesh Nishlako concurs. So colleagues, we will have to modify that. Just give us a few minutes. Okay, colleagues, that modification is now on the board. Okay, we'll keep moving on amendment number 5, main motion. So next we do have Chair Jesus.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Otto, in the colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, I sent a amendment on this particular amendment that Honorable Lester Yazzie had brought before us. And I do appreciate having you sponsor this amendment, Chinatani, for our veterans at the chapter level. One of the things that I just want to share real quickly is our CVOs, or the CVO at St. Michael's chapter and Oak Springs chapter had some difficulty in drawing down the funds that was appropriated this past year for the food. So it just indicates food, and the CVOs at both chapters wanted catering service for their event, but that wasn't allowable per Administrative Service Center. So it just made it complicated. So veterans had to be innovative, and they just got food boxes. And I really think that they wanted to sit down and have some time to sit down with their family and friends when the food is being catered. So I did send the language amendment to Kristen. So under the amendment, after food, it just says food, but I put food for catering and or food purchases. So that's what I had indicated, to be a little bit more specific so that ASC would understand how these funds can be utilized for our chapter veterans organization. And I am in support of the legislation. So that's what I wanted to propose, Madam Speaker. So I'll go ahead and reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time of 3:11. And we'll go back to Delegate Yazzie if he does concur with that language, and it will be adding food for catering and or purchase. Delegate Yazzie?
Making that amendment, Madam Chair, so I'll concur with that language.
Thank you. Delegate Yazzie, Delegate Tolls? Concurs? So we will update that here. Okay, colleagues, that is modified here on the board. So we'll go next to Chair Otto So.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Kodo, I'm going to ask the Honorable Yazi to see if he can allow to add on my amendment. It's the same, from the same fund source. It's regarding Telecommunication Commission. And I believe that information has been emailed out also. If I could, let me get it right here, sorry. So, it's getting fund from the permanent fund income in amount of $122,790, put into business unit 1030067 Telecommunication Regulatory Commission, into object codes 2001, 2003, or 2001, 3000, 3050, 4000, 5000, 5050, 5000, 5500, 6000, 6500, 7000. And in this case, for the total amount of $123,790,000. So just asking to add this on to your amendment here, so we could at least speed up the process of this whole budget process. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:18. So I'm going to have staff put that on the board here and read it, and then we'll go back to Delegate Yazi if he does accept that modification.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Modification to the amendment to add funding amendment from permanent fund income, $123,790 for a total amount of $123,790 to business unit 103006 Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, object code 2001, personnel expenses $13,614, object code 3000, travel expenses $23,904, object code 3500, meeting expenses $18,648, object code 4000, supplies $8,044, object code 5000, lease and rental $3,200, object code 5500, communications and utilities $799, object code 6000, repairs and maintenance, $25,000. Object code 6500, contractual services, $28,000. Object code 7000, special transactions, $2,581 for a total of $123,790. Reasons for the appropriation: commissioner stipends, personnel, commission and staff operational expenses, office renovation and abatement expenses, commission FCC specialized legal counsel. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff. And going back to Delegate Yazi.
Madam Speaker, Shanaho Arkido, Hialahodo, oh, he hut oya wokido, could you halsisho hotela, a condishipation an Gage. Ajo Alhadanils and did it, these lot soy, a ajoge, a late ob. Na nishpati ni so ka teacher AI se bin ye ho do nal sos nil sos de do inta bihit ge ayon hits tlachon hits that hits on nation ako ebenina ho do. I would go ahead, Madam Speaker, to respectfully decline the request from Speaker So. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Yazi, and did not accept the modification. So we'll go put back the original language back up. Thank you, Delegate Yazi. And going back to reserve time, I do have Delegate Dr. Andinez with 2 minutes and 42 seconds.
I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time at 2:41. Chair James with 4 minutes and 27 seconds. Going next, Vice Chair Slater with 4 minutes and 58 seconds.
Nobody answered whether they're going to add more to this, so I'm going to waive the rest of my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Waives the rest of his time. Vice Chair Simonson with 4 minutes and 38 seconds.
I'm going to go ahead and waive the rest of my time.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Going next to Chair Jesus with 3 minutes and 11 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say in closing that taking Chair Crotty's position in regards to working with ASC, I really think that we, as oversight to ASC or DCD, we would have to have a fund account that would have to be set up for veterans in case these types of future appropriations will be made to the chapter for the intended purpose of recognition, food, or supplies. So again, this is a good amendment to this particular comprehensive budget, as our veterans, you know, being important within our population here on Navajo Nation, and for the services that they've provided, you know, not just to our people here on Navajo, but across, you know, this great country, what we know as America. So yeah, so that's all I want to say, and I waive the rest of my time, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Jesus. Going back to Chair Aldiso with 3 minutes and 18 seconds.
Yeah, I think that back to the main purpose of the amendment. You know, we have a program that's structured to provide services to the veterans, and peso, Veterans Administration through the trust fund, and any other type of appropriations. But I think that, you know, when you look at the chapter side, I think that, you know, we're having two programs provide services twice now. And I think that at the end of the day, I think we need to come back together to look at how we should start streamlining the process for appropriations for veterans. Because, you know, you have the Veterans Office getting dollars over here, which strictly has policies. And and that's part of what testimony is there, you know, has been provided by some of my colleagues, because what I'm getting to is that some chapters don't want to work with the veteran organization at the local level. We should centralize everything and allow the veterans program to take care of all of that at the local level, because, you know, business units, you know, we have services being provided by two different governmental entities, and I think we should centralize them as we move forward. But it requires policy change. That's just my thought on this, and thank you for your your input into this amendment. So I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Point of order raised by Chair Regina Charles Newton.
What's going on outside? I don't know if it's if there's a, I guess, a safety issue. Can we take a quick recess in case that, you know, we don't know what's happening? It was a
Point of order by Chair Otteso.
Ashona, anola kompa atha da idnosen. Ashine la de che. Akoda hititne. An here la koda hot ego bebane kai. Ay. Ashort. Is this what we like to have on the World Wide Web? Da hitnosen ashode. Bishmasa anda yathioda.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Otteso. And again, staff did check. We usually do perimeter checks just in case. Every time we do have just suspicious noise coming from all directions. Again, colleagues, if you could silence your phone, or if you do need to watch or take a call, there's always the conference rooms. So, thank you, colleagues. So we are still in middle of debate here. And for next reserve time, we do have, new in queue. We do have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton to amendment number 5.
Thank you, Speaker. So I agree with the veterans and the funding that's needed, also the issues that come up. So for the Youth Council, I know there was a lot of questions yesterday about the legislation and whether it actually went through the full process and was signed and it's good to go, whether the business units have been set up under the legislative branch, because I think one delegate said we hate to give the funding and then it stays in the executive branch. So I just want to make sure in terms of the modification that has been made to the amendment, whether all of the concerns that were brought up yesterday are addressed, and whether this business unit has been set up under the legislative branch, as well as making sure that, I guess, that everything has been addressed. I reserve my time.
Reserve time for 5, and I go back to Delegate Yazzie.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this time to go ahead and refer that question to Delegate Simonson, please.
Vice Chair Simonson.
Oh, thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Charles Newton, for that, and for that, the questions that were posed yesterday. So I did consult with Mr. Bial, and what he recommended yesterday was, and what he mentioned yesterday is, yes, indeed, when the budget unit leaves the executive, and when you would have to create a new on this side. So if you look at the amendment, that had to change. So that was a change that was made. So if you look at the amendment, the budget unit number, it says new on there. So that takes care of that. And then what was the other? So that, I think that's your main question. This other question you had yesterday was on public assistance, and I did look into the budget, and it does state that we will recruit college student interns, maybe for the winter or summer break, to help with the Youth Advisory Council, and that they will receive stipend, and that's what the public assistance is for. So those are the two questions mainly that were left yesterday, and that's what was fixed in this amendment, in this, the current one.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And going next to reserve time, Chair James with 4 minutes and 27 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. In regards to the veterans, can I ask Delegate Yazzie to do modification? And for our 5,000, insert Kitlichi chapter, Ganado chapter, Cornfields chapter, Steamboat chapter, and Jedito chapter to receive it in their O1 account. to his dollar amount there. I still do not have faith in ASC. They're going to still criticize on how the fundings can be utilized by our veterans at the local level. And so I got concurrence from OMB that it's doable to put the 5,000 for each chapter in the O1 account. And if no other delegates wants to do that, I'd like to do that just for my 5 chapters and put the 5,000 in their O1 account. That way we're not criticized by ASC on how we should be spending funding when the veterans local organizations come to us on how to use and spend that 5,000. Second, I'd also like to make a request to Delegate Yazzie to see if he could add my amendment for Division of Human Resource to his amendment. And my amendment is ready, and that is for operation costs for Division of Human Resource, DPM. And so currently, right now, there is no money for operation costs for those two, for that division. And it has been concurred by Chair Parrish and then concurred by Controller that there's no operation costs for Division of Human Resource or DPM. And so there's no operation costs whatsoever, and that's the amendment that I would like to request to add on to this amendment here, Shananta, on Delegate Yazzie. So with that, reserve my time. Thank you.
And that was reserve time of 2:08. So there were 2 requests to Delegate Yazzie. So first, I'm going to have staff read the Human Resources Amendment first, while OLC puts the correct language for the first request that was putting the 5 specific chapters underneath a different account. So just give us a few moments and staff will do this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Modification to Amendment 5. One funding amendment from permanent fund income, $317,297 for the amount of $317,297 to Business Unit 114009, Department of Personnel Management, Division of Human Resources, Object Code 3000, Travel Expenses, $3,106, Object Code 4000, Supplies, $96,000, Object Code 5000, Lease and Rental, $10,000, Object Code 5500, Communications and Utilities, $3,600, Object Code 6000, Repairs and Maintenance, $35,000, Object Code 6500, Contractual Services, $25,000, Object Code 7000, Special Transactions, $85,569 for a total of $285,275 to cover personnel and operational needs of the department. Next, to Business Unit 114010, Department of Workforce Development, Division of Human Resources, Object Code 3000, Travel Expenses, $4,042, Object Code 7000, Special Transactions, $6,814 for a total of $10,856 to cover personnel needs of the department. Next, to Business Unit 114004, Office of Navajo Labor Relations, Division of Human Resources, Object Code 3000, Travel Expenses, $3,804, Object Code 4,000, supplies, $8,781. Object Code 5,000, lease and rental, $2,000. Object Code 6,000, repairs and maintenance, $500. Object Code 7,000, special transactions, $6,081, for a total of $21,166 to cover personnel and operational needs of the office, for a grand total of $317,297. Madam Speaker.
And then the second request was for chapters, for Chair James, 5 chapters, and to allocate within those 5 chapters, the 5,000 to Fund 01 account. So Delegate Yazzie, are you okay with that?
Madam Speaker, now here in the hodo 9-day kitty here in the hodo Chair James na kigo AK 9-day kit. In that and need hot obe has see base mass on no senike. Did that needs a lot so but base or get AI is been natural okay do kodo a sa the beha o zi a call. The queen sheet or he need she need a base mass on job but he needs in. A goed einde die de kwagige hajod be na oshkato le khoto die de behit zo nasot on hits on the nol kilako. I would go ahead and respectfully decline your request, Chair James. Other in that I no klenike kodo behit age kwagate abe da ho needs in the lit or skinlo needs a lot so I mean kodo base was a lot so I bando the lijo AI see large ako o ya na nakabanses case ako aimed at shinant I Madam Speaker don't I did this case what shinant I bet hot nas nelle ishla that's a ya aji ki days ege ajo base of up in dege a digit if that's an allowable cost maybe we can refer that to OOC or OMB a course but I should be hot a digit I hope on I did this case Madam Speaker thank you.
Delegate Yazzie, and you're referring to the Fund 01 account. Okay. Mr. Bial, or would that be Controller McCabe? Mr. Bial? All right, Mr. Bial, he did state that the Fund 01 can be allowable. So, Delegate Yazzie?
So, Madam Speaker, hadot sinant ayo kedi gedi da thought national the 01 account no ne but a lot so but base o can ne but all ne nige adige yaw concur with that.
Thank you, Delegate Yazzie. And Delegate Toth, motion or seconding party concurs with that, so staff will update the amendment here, modify it. Colleagues, OMB and Office of Legislative Counsel would need additional time. So there needs to be clarification if budget forms are needed for this modification. So they're discussing, deliberating, so we can recess for 10 minutes. So we'll just recess for 10 minutes. So colleagues, I'm going to recess here for 10 minutes. Colleagues, I'm going to call for a roll call. Colleagues, we have 15 members on the floor, and we will exit out of recess at 7:20 p.m. I'm going to go back to Chair Vince James with 2 minutes and 8 seconds.
But just, yeah, I'll do that. I don't know how much time I have left. Or, yeah, I'll just withdraw. I don't think my time's running. Yeah. All right, so my time's running now. So with that, yeah, I'll go ahead and just withdraw, and I really do have confidence in Chair Jesus to work with ASC and see how we can fix the problem, because that really needs to stop with the ASC. It really does need to stop. And I'll have faith in Chair Jesus again and the rest of the RDC committee members to fix the problem, the issues that we are running into with our veterans and others organization at the local level on spending those funding. So with that, again, I'll go ahead and withdraw, and from there, I'll go ahead and just waive the rest of my time and give time to, I guess, whoever's next in line. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair James. And if not, we can also, can also work with RDC to make sure that we get an update report from all of the ASCs. I know it's just not in one individual certified chapter, but it is across, it is true. So thank you, Chair James. And Delegate Yazzie, that is okay with you? Okay. And Delegate Toth? Okay. Get concurrence. And then going next to Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with 4 minutes and 5 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to invoke Rule 21 under the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, which is to caucus. So I make this motion to caucus on the floor to discuss the PTFI amendments that are currently ready for action. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:43. So colleagues, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton motion to caucus on the rest of the PTF access amendments. And a motion to caucus is not subject to debate. Is there a second? Second by Delegate Mitchell. And we'll put 2 minutes on the board, colleagues, to enter into a caucus. 10 seconds left. This is to the caucus motion. Chair Jesus, how do you vote? Green. And Vice Chair Simonson? Red. Chair Alderso, Vice Chair Slater, Delegate Simpson. Green. Okay, that is a vote of 11 in favor, 6 opposed, and with speaker not voting, motion carries. So we can Vice Chair changes her vote to green. So that is 12 in favor, 5 opposed, with speaker not voting. Motion to caucus carries, and colleagues, we can caucus here on the floor. Colleagues, we do have quorum here. We will exit out of caucus at 7:26 PM, or 7:36 PM. And on amendment number 5, we do have next reserve time. Delegate Dr. Andinez with 2 minutes and 41 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. So can you scroll back up to the veterans and what the allocations will be used for? Right there. Okay, thank you. So earlier there was a proposed modification to do programming, and then we took a 180, and now it says food for catering and or purchase and supplies. So I want to ask the motioning party if they can modify to include back in their gifts. And the reason that I'm asking that is because, again, I've seen my local CVOs utilize it for various different things, and so having that in there I think will also be helpful. And then the directive that is also included in here does indicate that DCD through the ASC hopefully comes back here to the Nabik Committee to present those, the memo or whatever correspondence that they're providing to the chapters to ensure that those are being applied here by law. Because when I go out to some of my the agency meetings as well as our local CVOs, I'm making sure that if there's any concerns at the CVO level, that they're sharing it here with me, then I kind of work through ASC to address them. So I'll ask the motion party if that modification is okay, and I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time of 1:14, and there's that request for modification. Delegate Yazzie.
Speaker, I concur.
And that has been added as the new green language. If you can see, it says and gifts. Delegate Tolt, is that okay with you? Okay. And going back to Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with 3 minutes and 43 seconds.
I'm ready to vote. I waive my time.
Waives her time. And going back to Delegate Nez with 1 minute and 14 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and Kuroshina Alto, for that modification. So with that, I too am also ready to vote. Thank you. I waive my time.
Thank you, Delegate Nez. And Delegate Simpson waives his time. Colleagues, I don't have any more reserved time or questions, so I'm going to call for a vote on amendment number 5, 2 minutes on the board, colleagues, and it is a majority vote. And we have a vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed, with speaker not voting. Amendment number 5 carries. So we'll go back to the main motion. Okay, next in queue for the main motion, we do have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Oh. Oh, man. Speaker, I am going to, I have an amendment. I'm going to motion to cease debate at this time. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:48. Okay, before I do recognize that motion for cease debate, I still do have 10 reserve time that I do have noted. If there's no objections, no. I just see head nods. Okay. Chair Karate has 4:59. Waves. Delegate Simpson, 21 seconds. Waves. Chair Slater's, our vice chair is not here. Chair James. Wait. Delegate Mitchell. All right, seeing a consensus here. Chair Jesus. Wave. Vice Chair Simonson. Oh, wow, you guys are making me so proud right now. This will be Delegate Nez with 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Wave. Delegate Tolt, 4 minutes and 44 seconds. Delegate Tolt. Okay, Okushi. Chair Eugenia Charles Newman, 4:48. All right, thank you, colleagues. We will motion, or recognize that motion for, or I don't even need to recognize that motion. If there's no one, there's, okay. So, but this out of, we'll go with Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, second by Chair James. Oh, did I miss something? Okay, 2 minutes on the board, colleagues. Okay, so 2/3 of the delegates casting votes. So on the last vote, we had 17. So it would require 12. And that is 17 in favor, 0 opposed, with speaker not voting. Motion to cease debate carries. So colleagues, I'm going to call for a second reading. And it will go straight to a vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment 1, page 6, line 14, insert new language to paragraph H. New paragraph H, which was added at BFC as follows. Paragraph H, insert new language, personnel lapse savings fund account, and underline. Paragraph 1, insert the before personnel. After Exhibit G, add new language. Underline additionally, Exhibit G1 details the employee personnel pools for all Navajo Nation branches identified in Exhibit G. The purpose of the personnel pools is to allow programs to draw from a pool once an individual is hired for a vacant position. New paragraph 2, disbursements from the pool shall be handled administratively without additional legislation through a process developed by Office of Management and Budget, the Office of the Controller, the Department of Personnel Management, and Judicial Branch Human Resources personnel in consultation with the Department of Justice. The process developed by all respective parties shall be completed no more than 30 days once the proposed legislation is signed into law. A memo detailing the process developed shall be released to each branch chiefs. Paragraph 3, the administrative procedures developed by the entities in paragraph H2 above shall comport with Budget Instructions Manual FY 2026, Section 8D, 1A, B, or C, as applicable. Programs are permitted to use funds from the pool up to the amounts listed in Exhibit G1. Moreover, the funding from the pool shall be prorated based on when the vacant position is filled and shall not be for the entire fiscal year. And new language. 2, from BFC Amendment 3, the personnel funding shall come from the personnel pool for the Executive Branch Business Unit 114009, identified in Exhibits G and G1, and not from the balance of the Personnel Lapse Fund account as initially approved. Make the changes as indicated. Overstrike funding amendment from Personnel Lapse Fund for $44,203 to Object Code 2001 Personnel Expenses $44,203, and overstrike. 3, page 4, line 17, insert new paragraph I as follows. Paragraph I underline. I, condition of appropriations. The Navajo Nation Council approves and establish the conditions of appropriation as set forth in Exhibit I and underline. Amendment 2, Division of Economic Development Administration to Shiprock RBDO and Western RBDO. 1, funding amendment from Business Unit 110001 DED Administration, $176,079 to Business Unit 11009 Shiprock Regional Business Development Office RBDO, Object Code 6500 Contractual Services, $83,012 to Business Unit 110010 Western Regional Business Development Office RBDO, Object Code 6500 Contractual Services, $93,067 for a total of $176,079. Reason for the appropriation because of the shortfall for operational expenses. Amendment 3, funding amendment from permanent fund income, $2 million for a total of $2 million to Business Unit New Department of Dene Education Admin, Object Code 6500 Contractual Services, $2 million for a total of $2 million to provide Navajo students access to cultural and language activities throughout the school year. Directive to the program, provide updated budget forms consistent with the amendment above. The JOM Navajo Nation program through the Navajo Nation Department of Dene Education shall carry out all contract subgrantees pursuant to these specific figures outlined to each local educational agency, LEAs, to ensure funds are following specific national JOM guidelines and the federal funds for first prioritized before the proposed amount. Amendment 4, 1, legislative concern, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, Business Unit 103015, the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Executive Director shall provide a written report to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee by the end of the second quarter of FY 2026, detailing its developed plan to work with the local chapter veterans organizations to establish a new distribution formula from the Veterans Trust Fund to the veterans at the chapter level. 2, authorizing Authorization to Office of Legislative Counsel. The Office of Legislative Counsel is authorized to make the necessary revisions to the Legislative Concerns Exhibit to include the legislative concerns above. The Office of Legislative Counsel is permitted to make edits to conform to the language in the legislative concern in this amendment to the language in the existing legislative concern exhibit. Amendment 5, 1, funding amendment from permanent fund income, $550,000 for a total of $550,000 to Business Unit 108014 through 108123, nomination chapters. Object Code 8000, assistance $5,000 for a total of $550,000 to provide funding for veterans recognition, food for catering and or purchase, and supplies and gifts to the 110 Navajo Nation chapters, $5,000 per chapter, for a total of $550,000. 2, fund amendment from permanent fund income, $245,043 for a total amount of $245,043 to Business Unit New, Legislative Branch Youth Advisory Council. Object Code 3000, travel expenses, $125,116. Object Code 4000, supplies, $29,195. Object Code 5000, lease and rental, $24,700. Object Code 5500, communications and utilities, $8,900. Object Code 6000, repairs and maintenance, $4,000. Object Code 7000, special transactions, $37,132. Object Code 8000, public assistance, $16,000 for a total of $245,043 to cover funding for budget shortfall. 3, directive to the program provide updated budget forms consistent with the amendment above. 4, directive to OMB. OMB is directed to make adjustments and additions to Exhibit F, PFI funded unmet needs consistent with the amendment. OMB is further directed to prepare an unmet needs exhibit with the funding source as the personnel lapse account to reflect the amendments made above if applicable. 5, legislative concern, Division of Community Development, Business Unit 108001, the Division of Community Development Administration shall present a written report to the Napkiatik Committee by the end of the first quarter of FY 2026, detailing the method used to provide the Navajo Nation chapter's written notification regarding Fund 16 veterans accounts and how the expenditure shall comply with the Navajo Nation law. Division of Children and Family Services, Business Unit 117001, the Division of Children and Family Services shall present a written and oral report to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee by the end of the second quarter of FY 2026, detailing funds allocated to subcontractors for direct service contracts, which shall include expenditures, contract deadlines, and other applicable information. 6, authorization to Office of Legislative Counsel. The Office of Legislative Counsel is authorized to make the necessary revisions to the Legislative Concerns Exhibit to include the legislative concerns above. The Office of Legislative Counsel is permitted to make edits to conform to the language in the legislative concerns in this amendment to the language in the existing legislative concern exhibit. 7, Office of Management and Budget is authorized to make updates to the current exhibits and totals in the body of the legislation as needed to comply with the intent of the Navajo Nation Council as a result of amendments made at council or standing committees. 8, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits, including recalculating totals related to this amendment and its exhibits to implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language with any other amendment which shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff and colleagues. We will open up for the main motion vote, and it will require a 2/3 vote of the council. So And colleagues, we do have a vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed, with speaker not voting, and may motion carries. So thank you and congratulations, delegates of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So it did meet the 16 votes. And there's a motion to adjourn from Delegate Simpson, second by Vice Chair Johnson. I don't see anyone in queue, so 2 minutes on the board, colleagues. Motion for adjournment. Okay. Okay, I haven't fully checked my email, so if I do have that, anything, then I'll forward to the council. I haven't had time to check through my emails. Also want to acknowledge our team in the North Conference Room. We have we had Lemaniel, Kyron, Hanazba, Marcarlo, Nanette, Darlene, Eileen, Tanya, Clorinda, Leonard, and Alva. They were all from either OMB, OLC, OLS, and then Speaker's Office. So great team back there. And last but not least, Kristen. I know. And Rodney. Rodney. And Mr. Brial. I know we've really been pressuring OMB, so thank you, Mr. Brial, for working with the council. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Green. Delegate Yanito, how do you vote? Green. And we do have a vote of 16 in favor, 1 opposed, with Speaker not voting on adjournment. And that does carry, and we will adjourn here our budget session at 8:02 p.m.